and future directions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our agenda today. First, opening. Second, National Anthem of Indonesia Raya and Mars Unikal. Third, prayer. Fourth, speech. Fifth, the plenary session. Sixth, closing. Seventh, break. And last but not least, followed by parallel sessions. So let's open the seminar by Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The next agenda is singing the National Anthem of Indonesia Raya and Mars Unikal. Please stand up. Please be seated. The next agenda is prayer, and prayer will be led by Mr. Kozai. So for Mr. Kozai, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Al-Fatihah lana walakum ya hadirun biqada'i hajatina wa su'alina wa maksudina wa niyatina wa lihusuli ma fi dhamirina ajilan bi ghairi ajilin bi barakati suratil Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin arrahmanir rahim maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan dzakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan nafi'in, 'alaika fi majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin al-Fatih lima ughliqal khatim lima sabaq wan nasiril haqqi bil haqqi wal hadi ila siratikal mustaqim sallallahu alaihi wasallam haqqa qadrihi min dzil 'azim. Allahumma a'inna ala dzikrika wa syukrika wa husni ibadatik. Allahumma aftah alaina futuhal arifin bi hikmatika wa syur alaina rahmataka wa dhakkirna ma nasina ya dzal jalali wal ikram innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Allahumma nawwir qulubana bi nuri hidayatika kama nawwardal arda bi nuri syamsika abadan abadan ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma ja'alna wa ahlana wa awladana wa jami'i ikhwanina min ahli al-Qur'an, min ahli ilmi wal khair, min ahli ilmi wal khair, min ahli ilmi wal khair wa ala sunnah jama'ah. Allahumma ja'alna min ahli al-Qur'an wa shuna ma'al al-Qur'an wa adkhilna al-jannata bi syafa'atil Qur'an. Allahumma inna nas'aluka mujibati rahmatik wa 'azaima maghfiratik wa salamata min kulli ithmin wal ghanimata min kulli fawza bil jannah warzuqna an-nadhara ila wajhikal karim bi rahmatik ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma inna nas'aluka al-'afwa wal 'afiyah fid din wad dunya wal akhirah. Allahumma inna nas'aluka wa natawassalu ilaika bi asma'ikal husna wa sifatikal ulya wa mu'jizatil anbiya wa karamatil awliya wa barakatil ulama'is shalihin al-'arifin wa bi haqqi ya hayyu ya qayyum ya ilahana wa ilahi kulli syai'in wahid. Allahumma ya muyassir kulli 'asir wa ya jabil kulli wasir wa ya muqawwil kulli dha'if yassir lana umurana yassir lana umurana yassir lana umurana fa inna taysir kulli 'asir alayka yassir. Ya man la yahtaju ilal bayani wa tafsir hajatuna ilaika kathiru anta alimun biha wa basir hasil maqasidana washfi maradona. Allahumma barik lana fi arzakina wa barik lana fi auladina wa barik lana fi azwajina wa barik lana fi kasbina wa barik lana fi madrasatina wa barik lana fi ilmina wa barik lana fi qur'anin wa barik lana fi kasbina wa barik lana fi harakatina wa barik lana fi sakanatina wa barik lana fi kulli ma ataitana. Allahumma barik lana fi وشعبنا وبلغنا رمضان في خير ولطف وعافية برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم يا غني يا حميد يا مبدئ يا معيد يا رحيم يا ودود أغننا بحلالك عن حرمك وبطاعتك عن معصيتك وبفضلك عن من سواك. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. بسر الفاتحة. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for Mr. Kosei. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is speech. And the first speech is from the chair of NSPPI 2022, Mrs. Inayatul Ulya MPD. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the Honorable Rector of Pekalongan University, the Honorable Vice Rector 1, 2, and 3 of Pekalongan University, the Honorable Head of Research and Community Service Center of Pekalongan University, the Head of Academic Bureau, and the Head of University Quality Assurance Unit, the Honorable Deans in Pekalongan University, the Head of English Teacher Association in Pekalongan Regency and Pekalongan City, and all of the presenters, participant committee members, and all of the invited guests, as well as the plenary speakers, Dr. Paulus Kuswandono from Sanat Santa Dharma University, and Dr. Helena Agustin from University Nasional Karangturi, and Dr. Sarlita Dematra from Pekalongan University. Please allow me, Inayatul Ulia, as the chair of this national conference to deliver the committee report. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference, we are very honored to have 3 speakers from the university. All of the speakers will share their perspective and views on ELT in the pandemic era, then, now, and future direction. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very honored to receive around 80 people registering in this conference, either as presenters or participants. We also have around 50 invited guests attending this conference via Zoom, 18 and 5 unit and rector and 3 vice rector, 4 MGMP, and 7 committees, speakers, and also journalists, moderator, and also master of ceremony. Altogether, we have 160 on our list. More specifically, we have 17 institutions participating in this national conference. We have from Universitas Pekalongan, UST, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Universitas 11 Maret, Universitas Indonesia, Universitas Borneo Tarakan, Universitas Dian Nuswantoro, Universitas Mercu Buana Yogyakarta, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, STKIP Taman Siswa Bima, MAN 1 Kota Bima, IKIP Siliwangi, Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Universitas PGRI Semarang, Universitas Surakarta, Kemendak, and STIA Lancang Kuning Dumai. Finally, on behalf of the committee in this national seminar, I would like to express my gratitude to all parties which have supported us in organizing this conference. Our gratitude goes to Pekalongan University top management, our partner universities, all speakers, participants, and presenters, invited guests, committee members, IT staff, and administration staff. Your support means so much for the success of this conference. Again, thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for Mrs. Inayatul Ulia. And for the next speech, it's from Rector of Pekalongan University, Mr. Solyani S.H.M. Hum. The time is yours.
Terima kasih. Mohon maaf dengan bahasa Indonesia. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati para narasumber, Bapak Dr. Paulus Kuswandono dan Ibu Helena I.R. Agustin serta Dr. Sarlita Dematra. Yang kami hormati para wakil rektor yang mengikuti secara Zoom dan Pak Dekan beserta jajarannya, seluruh partisipan di dalam kegiatan seminar yang diselenggarakan oleh FKIP pada pagi hari ini, baik yang hadir secara langsung, secara luring, maupun yang daring. Tentu yang pertama dan utama, kita selalu bersyukur atas nikmat yang kita terima semua dalam keadaan sehat dan tentunya juga dalam keadaan yang bahagia karena kita semua selalu diberi satu nikmat, yaitu untuk terus mengelola perubahan yang ada ini. Bapak Ibu peserta seminar yang berbahagia, kalau kita berbicara tentang bagaimana pembelajaran sekarang dan yang akan datang terutama dikaitkan dengan era pandemik. Maka di situ ada 3 dimensi. Yang pertama adalah dimensi waktu, dan yang kedua adalah dimensi tempat, dan yang ketiga adalah peristiwa atau perkembangan yang ada, yang melingkupinya. Kalau kita berbicara tentang pandemik, di situ berarti kita berbicara tentang suatu keadaan kesehatan yang sedang mengancam kita semua di semua tempat, di seluruh dunia. Tetapi di situ juga ada satu perkembangan yang disebut dengan era revolusi industri 4.0. Tentu ini juga menjadi sebuah tantangan tersendiri di dalam pengelolaan pendidikan, terutama pendidikan tinggi. Aspek yang akan didiskusikan mengkorelasikan antara tantangan pandemik dan perkembangan ICT dikaitkan dengan bagaimana proses pembelajaran yang akan kita lakukan dan bagaimana pengembangan ke depan. Dalam hal ini tentu berbicara tentang proses, kalau kita berbicara bagaimana pembelajaran itu berarti kita berbicara tentang proses. Bagaimana proses itu bisa menghasilkan atau output yang diharapkan. Kita menyadari bersama, termasuk Pak Menteri, Mas Menteri juga menyadari bahwasanya akan terjadi kegagalan proses pembelajaran. Tidak hanya di Indonesia, tetapi di seluruh dunia, karena adanya pandemik ini. Dan insya Allah mudah-mudahan di bulan depan itu berubah dari pandemi menjadi endemi. Kita berharap begitu, sehingga proses pembelajaran akan kembali normal. Ini yang kita harapkan. Akan tetapi, perkembangan teknologi yang semakin luar biasa merubah kedahsyatannya di dalam kehidupan kita, baik cara berbisnis, cara pembelajaran, maupun berbagai macam kegiatan aktivitas masyarakat. Ini sangat berpengaruh terhadap aktivitas itu. Oleh karenanya, semua pihak harus bisa mengadopsi dan mentransformasikan perkembangan teknologi informasi ini di dalam setiap aktivitas kita. Termasuk teman-teman yang menjadi dosen dan termasuk juga perguruan tinggi pengelolanya, ini juga harus selalu beradaptasi dan membangun kolaborasi yang kuat agar proses pembelajaran di era kampus merdeka ini juga bisa berjalan. Kampus merdeka, kurikulum merdeka adalah 2 aspek yang tentu ini menjadi peluang, ya, momentum di era pandemik ini. Karena akan lebih efisien. Tetapi bagaimana juga bisa efektif? Ini tantangan. Tantangannya adalah bagaimana input proses itu. Input proses yang menyangkut sumber daya manusia, baik itu dosen, baik itu mahasiswa, ini menjadi kebutuhan yang harus benar-benar dipersiapkan untuk bisa mengantisipasi segala macam perubahan itu. Tetapi di sisi yang lain, alhamdulillah, Unikal sekarang sudah memberlakukan yang namanya Siakat 4.0 ya, 4.0. Yang dalam konteks pelayanan kepada mahasiswa, baik dalam proses administrasi maupun dalam proses pembelajaran, semuanya sudah berbasis web. Waktu itu sebelum pandemi, kita baru akan memulai. Tetapi kemudian lahir pandemi, maka itu menjadi momentum. Sehingga di dalam pengelolaan di kampus Unikal ini, kami melakukan akselerasi untuk memenuhi kebutuhan ICT itu. Dan alhamdulillah sudah 2 tahun ini ya, 4 semester kami berjalan dengan lancar dan baik itu pelayanan maupun di dalam proses pembelajaran. Nah, oleh karena itu bagi teman-teman dosen, kalau berbicara tentang bagaimana proses berkaitan dengan teori dan konsep pembelajaran, tapi yang paling penting adalah bagaimana kontennya. Nah, konten yang ada ini tentu juga harus disesuaikan dengan dinamika perkembangan yang ada. Teks-teks yang diusung itu juga harus berorientasi pada kebutuhan ke depan. Seperti apa? Karena model bisnis, model politik, dan lain sebagainya, itu semua sudah berubah. Perubahan-perubahan itu tentu harus juga diikuti di dalam memberikan pembelajaran kepada mahasiswa. Baik dalam artian teks bukunya, maupun berkaitan dengan diksi-diksi yang terkait dengan perkembangan itu. Sehingga proses pembelajaran itu akan membahagiakan dan menyenangkan, serta mereka akan mampu menyerap ilmu yang diterima dan mampu pula untuk diaplikasikan di dalam kebutuhan dunia usaha atau dunia kerja ke depan. Saya kira itu yang perlu kami harapkan pada teman-teman di sini, sehingga kegiatan seminar pada pagi hari ini mampu memberikan masukan-masukan yang penting, baik di dalam pengelolaan perguruan tinggi maupun di dalam pengelolaan program studi yang ada di Unikal ini. Sekaligus juga mampu memberikan arah bagaimana tantangan ke depan itu dapat diantisipasi dan mampu memberikan output mutu yang baik. Mutu yang baik itu berasal dari proses yang baik. Proses yang baik berasal dari input yang baik. Ketiganya adalah saling memberikan berhubungan dengan kuat. Oleh karena itu, kita tidak bisa hanya mengandalkan kepada prosesnya saja, tanpa memperhatikan inputnya. Kalau inputnya baik, prosesnya akan baik. Kalau prosesnya baik, akan menghasilkan output yang baik. Kira-kira itu yang dapat kami sampaikan pada pagi hari ini, dan kami ucapkan selamat mengikuti kegiatan seminar ini. Mudah-mudahan bisa memberikan rekomendasi di dalam pengelolaan kita bersama. Mari kita bersama mengawali kegiatan ini dengan bersama-sama membaca basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Maka dengan resmi kegiatan seminar kami buka. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for Mr. Suryani SIM Home for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the next agenda, I invite the rector and for all committee to join here for photo session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the seminar agenda, and this presentation will be delivered by Mr. Paulus Kuswandono, PhD, President of APS PBI, Mrs. Helena I.R. Agustin, PhD, English National Curriculum Developer, and Dr. Salita Dematra, MPD, ICT in ELT Enthusiast Certified Trainer PNSP. And this agenda will be carried by Dr. Pratnya Permanasari, MPD, as the moderator. So for the moderator, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, amma ba'du. The Honorable Rector of Pekalongan University and the Vice Rectors, the Honorable Boards of Yayasan Samarthya Mahotsaha Paramadharma, Deans, Head of Departments and Units, the Honorable Speakers and Audiences. First of all, thanks to God that has given us health and happiness that we can be here to join this seminar. I'm Dr. Pratnya Permanasari, MPD, the moderator for today's seminar, and I'm very happy to see you here and welcome to all of you to this seminar. Today's seminar is about the English language teaching in the post-pandemic era, then, now, and future direction. This seminar is held at Studio 8 Pekalongan University by the English Department of Pekalongan University. Ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation starts, let me tell you how the presentation will go. First, the speakers will be invited to present the materials. After that, there will be a question and answer session followed by conclusion. With us in this Zoom meeting, we have great speakers. Let's welcome. The first one is Bapak Paulus Kuswandono, PhD. Good morning, Pak Paulus.
Good morning.
Alhamdulillah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. How are you today,
All right.
Pak?
I'm great. Thank you very much. And thank you also for the invitation. I'm very much honored.
You are welcome. Thank you very much. And then the second speaker is Ibu Helena I.R. Agustin, PhD. Good morning, Ibu.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very fine. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm so honored being with you here, Bro. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. And the last speaker is Dr. Sarlita Dewi Matra, MPD. Good morning. Assalamualaikum, Ibu. Okay. Yes, she is from Pekalongan University, and she will be with us here. Okay, and please give big applauses for our great speakers. Okay, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our first speaker, Bapak Paulus Kuswandono, PhD. But before that, I will read his curriculum vitae. For the first speaker is Bapak Paulus Kuswandono, PhD. He is an associate professor working at the English Education Study Master Program, Sanata Dharma University, Yogyakarta. He completed his Master of Education in 2001 and PhD in 2013 in Monash University, Australia. His research areas focus on reflective practice, teacher professional development, teacher identity, educational psychology, and pre-service teacher education. He is the president of ASPPI, Asosiasi Program Studi Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris. Okay, so now allow me to welcome the speaker, Bapak Paulus Kuswandono, PhD, to make his presentation. Okay, the time is yours, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Very happy today to be with you all. I'm going to share some of my thoughts and also my work in my university. It is also partially part of my research studies back in a few years. So if you may allow me, I'm going to start right now with the topic, because I was invited to talk about the graduate profiles. So I'm going to focus on the graduate profiles, which we have already arranged also together with the association. So going to share. I hope everybody can later see my screen. Yeah, is it clear? Is it visible for everybody?
Yes, clear.
Okay, and what about it now? Does it change?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So the future English graduate profiles. Okay, the committee was, was contacting me a few weeks ago, and then I was also invited to discuss about this. I'm very happy also to share a bit of my knowledge. Okay, for discussing graduate profiles. Okay. What I would like to share here in the photo here is, of course, the rector and all the rectorates and all the, lecturers, I cannot name them or can see one by one because, we are all wearing masks here. And of course, this is also one of the obligation right now. But what caught my eye was actually also the tagline, I'm so impressed with the word campus kreatif or creative campus, Universitas Pekalongan Creative Campus. This is such empowering tagline for me because, it can drive us together to reach this kind of creativity, innovation, and the like. So never ending progression, developments, as, Japanese people say, kaizen, okay, continuous, small continuous improvements, continuous all the time. So I'm actually also very happy to see this kind of tagline. I think this is the first time I see the university having this kind of powerful, inspiring tagline like motto, Creative Campus. So yeah, okay, this is really great. Okay, so this is the structure of my presentation. I'm going to discuss a bit about the objectives of the presentation. Of course, I'm going to talk about the graduate profiles, a bit of the context of VUCA. I'm going to tell you a bit about what VUCA is. also outcome-based education or OBE, as it is mandated by the governments, Kemendikbudristek, and also soft skills, which is also derived from the OBE. Okay, so this is the objectives as also asked by the committee. We're going to talk about the profile of future English graduates. This is derived from the APS-PBI. Understand the role of the APS-PBI for PBI graduates and also understand the learning outcomes. Okay, but probably I'm not going to discuss too detail on the learning outcomes, but more on the graduate profiles. All right, now let me start. Some of you probably have already been familiar with the picture, probably, or some of you probably don't. So this is the person from India. His name is Ranjit Singh Dizali. Okay, so the one, the teacher here. So Ranjit Singh Dizali won the Global Teacher Prize in 2020. As you know, you can be surprised because he got like $1 million award. It's such a huge money for a decent, humble teacher as Ranjit Singh Dizali. He worked in a very small village there, and he was also helping particularly girls, because his mission was to enable education for girls, because there was not quite equal opportunities for girls to enter the schools. So he was urging the governments, also the managements of the schools, to allow girls to come to schools. Not only that, he was also trying to develop a particular technique, a bit of software we can call it, to have more to improve the access of the girl education. For example, like using reading, but also reading plus with the QR code. They can also watch some movies or some of the more extensive reading developments, or listening also using the QR code. And then this is actually what is more surprising. I would like to read it for you. He won the $1 million US dollar. This is really great money. Okay, he can spend actually for himself. But what is actually surprising is this: he shared the money to the other 9 finalists. Okay, I'm going to read it for you. In this hard time, teachers are giving their best to make sure every student has access to their birthright of good education. If I share the prize money with the other 9 finalists, they will get a chance to continue their work, and we can reach out and lighten the lives of as many students as we can. How noble the idea is. So each of the 9 finalists, they get like $55,000, okay, from the from the rest of the money which he got. And then this is actually like in Latin we can say primus inter pares, meaning to say like we are all winners. No one is actually really the winner, because everyone can be the winner. He's just actually got the chance, the opportunity to be the first, but it doesn't belittle the other contestants or 9 finalists. So he would like to share, because the fund, the money probably can also help improve the education in some other parts, not only for himself. So this is a really great idea that I've never thought about that. And probably if he is quite egoistic as a person, he probably would like to use the money for himself or for the family, and then probably deposit the money, and then he can be happy forever and ever. Happy ending, right? Because then the money, if it is deposited, then he doesn't have to take the job, he doesn't have to work and such and such. What he can do is just enjoy the interests on the deposits, and that's it. But he didn't do that, surprisingly. So indeed, he is actually really the winner of the teacher prize award in this case. Okay, why did I tell you this story? Because really, this story describes a teacher profiles, a graduate profile which we can dream of. he is not perfect, I understand, right? He is, as a person, he probably is not perfect, but what he can do to other people really inspires so many other people, so many, particularly girls, okay? Because he was interested to women education, to girls education, because girls education was not having really equal chance in India, okay, at this time. So many, marriage were actually carried out by family for this very, very young girls. So young girls, they got married, and then what happens after that, because usually divorce, and there are a lot of family problems. Okay, let me continue. Okay, so I'm interested with the quotes, which probably can also describe what Ranjit Singh was actually also doing. Well, technology has made it easier for students to learn with new devices, but nothing can replace the experience of being taught by an inspirational and caring teacher. All right, so today I'm going to discuss the graduate profiles which are related to this one. That's our graduates of teacher education, particularly English teacher education study program, imagine or dream of graduating people or graduating students who have this inspirational and caring teacher in the future. Ranjit Singh is actually also an example of someone who is inspirational and caring. But thankfully, he is also technology literate, because he developed a particular technology to develop the QR code for the education. All right, so we can imagine the context right now. This is actually a kind of a teacher which we can dream of probably in the future. All right, now let me discuss a bit about the graduate profiles. Probably there is nothing surprising or nothing new here, because many other institutions have already adopted this kind of graduate profiles. Of course, as the core business of the PBI, English Education Study Program, of course, they would like to have the English teacher in middle and high schools as the profile. But we also need to add them with the what we call edu-technopreneur, utilizing English language skills. Such as in tourism, such as in any kinds of entrepreneurship which can utilize their English language skills. Tourism is one. Designing English textbooks is also another. News anchor probably, and some others. Okay, so the edu-technopreneur can be, it can have a long list of jobs or roles in the future. And then we can discuss it later. There are a lot of examples of how edu-technopreneur can become the profile of all the English graduates. And what is also most important is actually the third balloon here, that based on a particular core values, the uniqueness and excellence. I think every study program, they need to think of what really core values they would like to hold on, or to take hold in this case, or to uphold, because then it can really differentiate or distinguish what the one study program with the other, with another. I think Universitas Pekalongan has already made it. I think it has hit the right button. Campus creative, or creative campus, as one of the tagline, and probably also the core values which they would like to live on. Okay, this is the graduate profiles. Now next, I'm going to discuss the descriptions of the graduate profiles. As the educator, of course, this is the Bachelor of Education with the following profiles. For example, like knowledge mastery, such as linguistics, research. Research is also, disability is actually on the third. For example, like literature, linguistics, and pedagogy, and managerial ability. The ability, their ability to also, in several courses, such as if it is in FKIP, usually they have like pengantar pendidikan, classroom management, and the like. Also, some of the MPK, MPK is like a mata kuliah pengembangan kepribadian in the university level, such as like Pancasila, kewarganegaraan, and the like. And of course, the skills and responsibilities as English teachers. But what is also most important is actually who can demonstrate these, traits, these profiles. For example, like number one, good personalities, being transformative, innovative, and a lifelong learner. I think we all understand that a lifelong learner should be also one of the traits or characteristics of our graduates, because we hope that they do not stop learning even after they graduate from the university. And to technopreneur, yes, of course, we can have that here as the similar to the previous one, knowledge mastery, managerial abilities, and also becoming an entrepreneur. Why an entrepreneur? Yeah, because in the future, we really cannot, manage the situation, because now time has changed. We really cannot predict the future. Yes, probably some education still need teachers, but who knows that probably they also fully occupied. And then we also need to think about some other possibilities of the future jobs in edutechnopreneur here. Okay. PLO is program learning outcomes. In some universities, we really, of course, do have like vision and mission and the like. Now, the vision, mission of the university, of the faculty, and of the study program later on is derived into this kind of program learning outcomes at the end. So we offer from the English Language Education Study Program Association, or APS PBI, offer 5 PLOs. But this is like just an offer. It can be compressed probably into 4 or probably into 3. It doesn't have to be that many, but we would like to relate that with the SNDICT, because SNDICT, they also provide this kind of at least aspect, what we call it, aspek sikap, keterampilan umum, keterampilan khusus, pengetahuan, and the like. So we would like to describe that into this kind of PLO, so that in the semester learning plan or RPS or syllabus, this kind of PLOs can be included on top. Okay, which PLO this course is going to achieve? For example, like PLO 1 and PLO 4, just an example, or PLO 2 with PLO 5, just an example. All right, so PLO 1, I just actually would like to express that. I'm going to read PLO 1 from the APS PBI. It has, it expresses to demonstrate a personality of integrity through a learning process that respects Indonesian diversity and the virtues of blah, blah, blah. The virtues means like the core values. So each study program can, describe or identifies the uniqueness or the excellence of each study program that they would like to achieve, such as, creative, this kind of dimension, such as like Pancasilais and such and such. And then PLO number 2 demonstrates skills to apply concepts, theories, and methods logically, critically, systematically, and innovatively through a learning process that emphasizes scientific academic ethics. All these 2 attitude and general skills, they are all derived from the SNDICT. Okay, so of course, because this is also a mandate from the governments to include some PLO or some learning outcomes in our courses, we would like to use that or identify that here. And then PLO number 3, 4, 5, yes, this is actually the same, more or less. For example, like understanding linguistics, literature, and pedagogy. PLO number 4, for example, like understanding feedback of technology, in this case, technological, pedagogical content knowledge. And for the edutechnopreneur, demonstrate innovative concepts, theories, and methods to carry out entrepreneurship programs. So we can imagine that entrepreneurship program should also become one core excellent program or unique program in each of the study program, because we would like to equip the students with this kind of entrepreneur skills. If, for example, like in the future, they are not able to teach because of, job opportunities, for example, no more job opportunities as teachers in several, cities, then what they can do is they do not lose hope, okay, and then they can still do or survive using their skills in entrepreneurs. Of course, this is also now facilitated by the government through the program of MBK, Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka, where they have internship program outside of the campus. But okay, anyway, I think PLO number 5 here is also so important, not to belittle the other PLOs, because nowadays we understand that there are a lot of jobs which are cut down, and then opportunities probably not many. So edutechnopreneur can be the hope, okay, if we can think of some programs such as like book writing, such as like developing YouTube contents, for example, as students. All right, this is an example. All right, so why edutechnopreneur is also important, and also some of the previous PLOs, because nowadays we understand we are now entering already what we call a VUCA context. Okay, VUCA stands for volatility or volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Volatile means we really cannot predict, what is going now, because it's like shaky, and the context, the situation, or the variables is quite shaky. We cannot grip it. Okay, or uncertain, because we are not able to predict what can influence the situation, or whether factor A influence or affect factor B, for example. Complex means there are too many variables to discuss. There are too many variables to think of. So when we would like to decide something, the complexities have now, becoming bigger and bigger. So, and then of course the ambiguity here, because the past experience, for example, probably is not applicable right now. We think that in the past we can do this to solve this problem, but nowadays, why does it, why cannot? Okay, we discuss or solve the problem with this particular strategy. So we need to understand that, and I think we need to also discuss this with our students, because in the future we need to anticipate this kind of VUCA context. Why? Okay, we need to, of course, use some strategies. If our skills learned today cannot guarantee in the future, then what we can do is we do the collaboration. Okay, we try to transform what we have already learned today into something new. Okay, because also in the future there might be some useless mass and then job loss also. We can also expect that there are probably also some more new types of jobs. Okay, so this is actually the expectation of VUCA. So as the study program, what we can do is, of course, becoming more transformative. Okay, it's not stagnant, not only staying in one place, but also becoming a more transformative agent. Okay, as the study program. And we need also to do a lot of collaborations with other study programs, with other institutions, probably also with companies. Who knows, those companies can also help us channel or recruit our students. Okay. Well, of course, this is probably not really new for everybody, but I would like to discuss particularly number 3 here. Agility and adaptability is very important. So as the tagline of the campus, Unikal, Universitas Pekalongan, Campus Kreatif, this has an impact on this number 3, agility and adaptability. As a person who would like to be creative, of course, we need to be agile. Agile means, doesn't stay only in one concept, but also to think of other concepts to solve the problems and becoming adaptable. Because as discussed by Alvin Toffler, for example, the illiterates of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Of course, we understand that unlearning, becoming agile means unlearn. Adaptability is also unlearn. It's such a difficult, it's easy concept probably, easy to read, wonderful, inspiring, but when it comes to us to change, to unlearn, it's really difficult, okay? Unlearning is such a difficult, what is it, phenomenon to do, because, as a person, usually we don't like changes, we don't like disequilibrium. We would like to have, something which is harmony, equilibrium and the like, but, this era doesn't allow to live in that situation. This era, we need to be agile and adaptable with, all the situation. All right. Technology also make us, adaptable or agile with the problems solving. Okay, this is problem solving. The essential critical 21st century skills, of course, problem solving, creativity, analytic thinking, collaboration, and communication. Even from the curriculum 2013, for example, curriculum 2016, which is actually renewed, we all have this kind of concepts already: creativity, problem solving, analytical thinking, collaboration, and communication. Sometimes it is also easy to say, but of course, in classroom, it may not be easy to do. Because there are a lot of preparation on the part of the teacher to do this. Although probably the execution in the class, it might be quite easy because, we just actually watch the students do the stuff, and they, do the group work activities and the like. But when we come to the assessments, for example, when we come to the event planning and then assessment, probably is quite problematic for many, because there are a lot of preparation and a lot of time consumed on that phase, not in the process, because in the process, of course, they can do by themselves. Okay, so this is the challenge, and this is actually the governments. In order to have, those graduate profiles, those skills, becoming agile, becoming adaptable, collaborates, and the like, the Kemendikbudristek, the governments, they adopt on a PE concept, or outcome-based education curriculum. So, of course, this is not a new concept, but what we understand from this one is all the learning process, they should resort on the outcomes, not on the competencies. Of course, the competencies, yes, of course, it's actually in the past with the KPK, but we are now focusing more on the outcomes. After finishing or completing this course, what outcome can they make? So, of course, using this, we can see this is also adopting what Global Vision has mandated in the outcome-based education. For example, like number one, what do really we want the students to have or able to do? And number two, how can we best help students to achieve it? Number three, how will we know that they have achieved it? This is for the assessments. So OPE is based on this kind of clear goals concepts. The outcomes should be clear. They have to make or produce, generate something. Okay, so products is, like the goal of the process, on the process. Of course, with this kind of clear goals or clear outcomes, they can produce something like, let me say, for example, like a YouTube video, okay, a YouTube video about education. So, of course, this kind of clear outcomes, they need to understand how it is achieved and how can the teachers also help the students to achieve it. So once again, this is not that they sit in the test, okay, with the paper test, but they, they produce something. They are actively producing something in order to complete the course. Number two, no single specified teaching assessment, of course, because, it really depends on the process. Because we provide classes, opportunities, assessments should all help students to focus and achieve the measurable outcomes, such as using the problem-based, such as using a project-based and the like. I think you all know about, what project-based is like. And addressing what the students really needs is more important rather than just merely completing the syllabus. This is adopting what we call free learning, okay, or in according to Pak Menteri or Mas Menteri, freedom of learning. But of course, freedom of learning or free learning here has already been around for like at least for the past 10 years, or at least it's actually getting more attention for the last 5 years. Free learning. So the students they have freedom to learn anything they want, as far as, of course, they are in the pattern, in the tourist in order to reach a particular outcomes. Okay. Now, I actually also learned from Thomas Farrell in 2016. He was presenting a paper, and then what I was impressed with this sentence: teaching knowledge nowadays and skills is relatively easy. Because why? If you can Google it, don't take too much time teaching it. And if I may ask you a question, is there anything or any information which we cannot find in Google? Almost anything we can find it in Google. Okay, so academic, I'm saying about the academic stuff. Okay, when we are talking about academic stuff, almost everything now already in Google. Okay, so we can easily get something. If we are talking about academic scholars, for example, we can also use Google Scholars, and we can just enter the keywords and everything is there. We can even have customized range of search, for example, like from 2016 until 2022, for example. Then we can have a range of topics which might be the best interest of us. Okay, so yeah, in terms of teaching contents in this case, nowadays probably it's not the most important thing. So what is more important? Okay, now OBE teaches us higher order thinking skills. Of course, number one, saying that remembering, understanding, applying, yes, of course, they are important. Okay, but probably they are not the most important aspects of this kind of a Bloom taxonomy. What is more important is, later I'm going to discuss creating, evaluating, and analyzing. Why? Because here, when we are discussing remembering in the Bloom taxonomy, remembering, understanding, and applying, this concept adopts what we call front loading. Okay, so front loading is just in case paradigm. So we usually in a course, we provide the students with all aspects which probably they can remember, and then we ask them to understand and then apply a particular concepts, okay, for in a particular course. But probably we need to also understand that what they have already learned today, when they graduate, probably those concepts may not be applicable or may not be useful. Why? Because of the changes, those concepts have already become, old-fashioned, becoming obsolete, archaic, and no longer relevant in our in the today's situation, for example. So what I learned, for example, like in the university 20 years ago, I actually didn't remember. I don't remember a lot what I learned. Okay. Yes, of course, I learned, a long list of vocabulary, 5,000, 7,000 lists of vocabulary, but probably I just remember a few from those lists, okay, because I didn't use in a context, for example. Also, other concepts, okay, linguistics, for example, I don't remember a lot in terms of content. Okay, why does it so? Okay, this one. Now, what we need to do in our curriculum, in our teaching process, is the just-in-time paradigm. Just-in-time paradigm means we would like to provide the students with the skills which they can use or execute, undertake in a particular time when they need it. So the skills which are needed in the future is actually problem solving. In order to have like a problem solving or project-based concepts, they need to understand how to analyze, how to evaluate, and how to create something. So while I'm not going to underestimate the concept of remembering, understanding, applying as the lower order thinking skills, they are still important, of course. But if we only stop in these concepts and never giving them with more challenging concepts of taxonomy as analyzing, evaluating, and creating, probably our students will be just, someone who is not creative enough, okay? Because analyzing, evaluating, and creating instruct the students to be more creative, having more collaboration, able to communicate and the like. So the future, they need to have this just in time. It says my stable, but I hope you can still hear me. Okay, I'm just going to give you an example of the just-in-time process and context. So context means we would like to provide the students with a real case study or teaching problems. And the problems and the process is they use a problem-based learning. So for example, we think of, okay, just an example, I'm going to teach in micro-teaching class. That's an example. So micro teaching class, other than instead of the students practice teaching, they need to also understand how to solve some problems. Okay, emerging in the classroom at that time automatically. Now, so we would like to provide them with some cases of how to solve some problems, and then we try to execute it in a micro teaching class. And the theory that they can use probably is constructivism, reflective practice, and the like. So while they are learning micro-teaching class, they also learn how to solve problems. They need to also understand the theories of constructivism, because then constructivism can give them enlightenment how to collaborate with some others, how to communicate with some others, and also how to solve a particular learning problems. This is just an example. So addressing the context, process, and theory at the same time, using just-in-time. Okay, so it's also another important case from Mas Menteri, Pak Nadiem Makarim, that soft skills nowadays is really important to be learned by the students, other than the contents, of course. Why? Because we understand that in the future, contents may not be 100% relevant, but if we have soft skills, we can still use that soft skills to be agile, to be more adaptable, and then to be more collaborative and the like. So this kind of adoption from the soft skills here can be really becoming the focus of the education in the university level. But you can see that the character here is shaped by what we do, not by what we say. So there are some lecturers here, some teachers here. So we can understand that characters are actually shaped by what we as lecturers do rather than what we say. We can say a lot of things, a lot of good things here, but if we are not doing what we do, probably we are not going to serve a good model for them. So it's like a modeling. This is actually the most challenging part, because lecturers, you need to serve as a good model for the students. Like in Sanata Dharma University, for example, I need to share the education faculty core values is, I would like to say it in Indonesian so that it becomes stronger. Professional, cinta anak didik, dan murah hati. Professional, a love of the students, and then generosity. Murah hati, it's actually difficult. Murah hati means, they have to give their time fully for the students. So if the students text them, for example, like at 10 o'clock at night, and then they are still, the lecturers are still awake, well, this is the challenge. They can serve the students if they really have some problems, some big problems they would like to solve, for example. So, it happened that sometimes the consultation, thesis consultation, happened maybe at 10 o'clock at night. Okay, this is just an example. Of course, we don't have to do that, but an example of how murah hati can be, generosity can extend to that length. Okay, the best character education is implicit example. Okay, so we understand that in sometimes we call it Orde Baru. We learn pendidikan Pancasila at many levels. Okay, stratified levels, even from TK, SD, SMP, and up to university level. But we cannot expect that they understand really what is really meant by Pancasila or Putir-Putir Pancasila, because it was instructed as active knowledge or declarative knowledge, but it's not using what we call implicit examples. So what I can say here, if we can build up a school culture or institution culture or campus culture in Unikal, for example, or in my case, Sanata Dharma, for example, implicit examples are given by the students, but of course, it has to become like the spirits of all the institutions. So the core values, they have to live the fire, the flame of the core values here for all the lecturers. So by having this kind of values, they can probably act using some implicit examples. It doesn't have to be very demonstrative, for example, but they do it. Because this is actually the best character education, through implicit examples rather than explicit instruction in teaching. And all the characters here, they have to be driven into decision-making exercises. So we need to understand that some students or young students, they always ask questions: what should I do with this? What should I do with that? There are a lot of some young generations. I'm not saying all of them. Some young people, they are really afraid to make decisions because they are afraid of making mistakes. They don't want to be blamed, because if we blame them, for example, just an example, it can be really offending or offensive to them, personality. It's more on the personal attack. So they try to avoid that. But decision-making exercises is really a basic, essential program in our education, because this is what is it, like on becoming a holistic human person. On becoming means, of course, they have to do a lot of decision-making exercises, and it can be done through some project-based, some problem-based, or case-based activities in classroom. Okay, so this is an example. Okay, I would like to give a bit of the reflection from some students. Swanti, an English teacher, her reflection was actually striking because what she learned didn't work, okay, when she implemented in a particular class. I thought my students would imitate what I did. For example, like coming to class on time and showing respect. I showed them what a good student was supposed to be and the like. However, this didn't always come through, as some students didn't realize what I had modeled. So yeah, doing the modeling. But from this experience, I learned that modeling or walk the talk is not always enough. Okay, modeling, implicit instruction is not enough. Besides showing, a teacher should reinforce and remind the students of the skills and values they need to learn. Okay, again, this is another concept. I mentioned earlier that modeling, implicit examples are important. But from her reflection, she said, I have already done the modeling. But in fact, today, it is not enough to just do the modeling. I really have to reinforce the student and remind them of their values and the core values which we actually learn from the course. Okay. Okay, so perhaps my time is actually not many here. I'm just actually going to, not much. How much time do I have? Still have?
10 minutes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
All right, then thank you very much for the reminder. Sorry, I didn't time myself from the start. Okay, so the graduate profiles which we can learn, which we can learn is this. Teacher professional identity. So if we imagine that in the future they can have a sense of a strong teacher professional identity, so in PBI we need to understand how this interaction happen or occur. So teacher identity can come, of course, from the practice or classroom rules using the class, but it can also coming from their knowledge and beliefs of themselves. We need to pick their concepts of knowledge, what makes a good teaching, for example, and what the belief system do they have when they enter the study program. And probably this kind of knowledge and beliefs here can shape their personality so that they can have a strong sense of identity. They have what we call identity and also integrity. What the knowledge they have, the belief system they have, they can really, do it convincingly. Okay, no doubts. Okay, we need to also adopt this kind of context for the students, but we need to also address what we call it an issue. The collaboration should be also carried out if we would like to have a good teacher-professor identity through a teacher community. In Preserve a Teacher's Education Program, a community, or this one doesn't have to be GMP or Musyawarah Guru Mata Pelajaran, for example, because probably they haven't come to that level. But in Preserve a Teacher Education, they can have like group work activities, BEM, for example, or for example, like clubs, okay, in the study program, extracurricular programs in which they can develop their skills, not only just in teaching, but also in public speaking and the like, so that they can have a sense of communal identity, and then they share the same knowledge. They can also develop, not just share, but also develop what they have already known, like constructivism. They can develop with the discussions, with the debates and the like, that they can process their knowledge and the belief system here growing gradually into a better level. So a teacher community means, in this case, in Preserve Teacher Education, it's just like a BEM, HMPS, if you know HMPS, Himpunan Mahasiswa Program Studi. You can have like organization where you can practice teaching there probably, or doing some small seminars, academic seminars, and or probably essay writing or creative writing, any skills which can shape the student's identity to become a better teacher. Okay, so experience here is the learning to teach, probably during their PBL, school-based practicum, for example. They can have more experiences from the mentors, okay, in schools. So we need to understand that the interrelationship among these, at least 4 concepts are very important, and we need to teach them one by one. Particularly this one, the knowledge and belief, the self here. There should be a lot of reflective parts, reflective sessions in the classroom, so that we can really understand what they want, okay, and then their identity, their beliefs and the like, okay, as a teacher. Now, I usually ask the class with this kind of reflective questions in my class to start up with the in education courses. Okay, we can also ask these questions here. Probably some if in a breakout room, for example, then I can ask these 3 questions. I'm someone who needs blah blah blah. Okay, as a teacher or as a preserve teacher, as a prospective teacher, I'm someone who needs, okay, blah 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 blah. So the answer of these statements can really stimulate their mind. What do they really need? Okay, as a prospective teacher, or as the what is it? Prospective teacher, or as a student. I'm someone who needs blah blah blah, who needs sports, or who needs to learn more about pedagogy, who and blah blah blah. It's up to them. They can list as many needs as possible. Also, the second research questions, the second reflective questions. I'm someone who considers that blah 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 is important. Okay, and number 3, I'm someone who strives for, what do they strive for? What do they really want to undertake? What do they really want to achieve? Okay, as a person or as a prospective teacher in the future. So at least, of course, it is not all like inclusive, but these three questions here can help our students think about their own identity as, you know, a prospective teacher in the future. These three questions can help them also understand what do they need, okay, what they need during the education. And, you know, it can shape their mind, okay, because they can probably come up from a particular experiences in the past, which can shape their identity right now. And this kind of identity is embedded in their mind, because if it is never triggered, never stimulated, then it will be buried forever. Okay, but if we, as a teacher or as a lecturer in the classroom, if we stimulate or ask them to think about their past critical incidents, okay, in their lives, for example, then it can really shape their identity, because they need to create some particular meaningful experiences. Okay, so conclusion. Okay, so we have already discussed some of the graduate profiles, particularly from the associations, and I have already discussed also the short concepts of OBE, where OBE also derives some of the methods or curriculum. No, sorry, I mean to say methods such as problem-based, which is also important in class. So it's not content-based, but problem-based, because if it is content-based, then they have to memorize a lot of things, right? Content-based curriculum, for example, it's no longer applicable because it's actually all more OBE curriculum. And we also discussed that soft skills are also generated, are also you know, produced from this OBE. And in the OBE, we would like to understand that based on the Bloom taxonomy, depth is more important than the breadth. That means higher order thinking skills, courses or methods or strategies are more important than lower order thinking skills, strategies such as remembering and understanding and applying. Okay. Although they are still important, or you know, I don't mean to belittle the lots here, but in the future, lots probably are not enough. Now, in this case, OBE means less is more. The less content materials we give to the students, the better, because then they can explore the skills that they need. Because you know, if they are busy learning the materials, learning the contents, they memorize it and then reproduce it in the examination using paper test based, then they will forget very easily. I may ask you questions. How much materials or how many materials you still remember when you were in S1 degree in your institution? Probably not many. But when we remember who are your inspiring teachers or inspiring lecturers, probably you can remember very easily because they're very impressive, and then they give you some like meaningful values in your life. Okay, as for the soft skills, students' learning outcomes are primary than the content materials learned. Okay, so using free learning strategy or freedom of learning, we should not be too much oriented on finishing the materials or finishing the syllabus, but more on strategies of reaching the outcomes or students' learning outcomes, and then student learning outcomes leading to the graduate profiles, of course. So this is more important rather than the content materials learned. Okay. All right. So this is like a sense of teacher identity. That's why, because we need to be agile, adaptive, and the like. Being teachers means being open-minded learners at the same time. You know, learn, unlearn, relearn. But we need to also do it with a joy, with some purposes, and self-fulfillment. Okay, we need to induce our curiosity and feeling of, you know, the fulfillments of this curiosity. And teaching attitudes, how to unlearn, is more important. but of course it is more time consuming, but it can change the learning outcomes. And I would like to end with the maxima debetur puero referentia. This is a Latin, probably it's hard to say. Maxima debetur puero referentia. That means at the end, the students are more important, okay, than the lecturers. So the learning process is more important rather than the teaching process. So the students should learn, right? In this case, so maxima debetur puero referentia means students deserve our greatest respect. Okay, in Ki Hajar Dewantara terminology, if I'm not mistaken, menghamba pada siswa. Menghamba pada siswa means like this one, maxima debetur puero referentia. We owe a great debt for our students. Okay, so they deserve the greatest respect from the teachers. Okay, thank you very much. I hope I don't take too much time for this one, and I'm going to stop share screen. Hopefully we can have some discussion later. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Paulus. Okay, I get one great quotation today. Technology has made it easier for students to learn with new devices, but nothing can replace the experience of being taught by an inspirational teacher. So, okay, we have to be an inspiring teacher. Okay, thank you. That's very great, Pak Paulus. Okay, thank you very much for your inspiring motivation and materials. Okay, thank you, Pak Paulus. And ladies and gentlemen, as teachers, we have to know how English language teaching is conducted in pandemic, and the future direction. Also, please, we will have to Helena Agustin, PhD, who will discuss it. Okay, but before it, I will read her curriculum vitae. Okay, so Helena Agustin, she is currently the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at Universitas Nasional Karangturi in Semarang. Previously, she worked in a state university, UNES, where she spent nearly 40 years of her career. During her tenure, she was the head of the language laboratory, the head of the English department, and the head of English education program at the Graduate School of UNES. She earned her PhD in Applied Linguistics from Macquarie University, where she developed her interest in systemic functional linguistics. Her research interests include discourse, conversation analysis, grammar, language curriculum, and some other linguistics subjects. From 2008 to 2011, she became a language specialist and a teacher trainer at Siameo RELC Singapore, where she trained teachers from Asian countries and beyond. She was the chief of the RELC journal, and she is currently a reviewer of several journals, including RELC Singapore, Asia TEFL Seoul, Ijal Bandung, Teflin Malang, and Electrum, published by the English Department of Universitas Nasional Karangturi. Okay, so Bu Helena, welcome, and please, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you for having me. I would like to share my screen now. Okay, can you see the slides?
Yes, clearly.
Very good. Yep. Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to meet you. I'm very pleased to learn that today our participants actually come from, across the country, which is good because it gives the impression that nowadays people can attend seminars everywhere due to the technology. And this is really great. Well, I would like to greet you, everyone from all over Indonesia. Yeah, my name is Helena. Maybe this is the first time for you to see me, but we hope we will see you more next time. All right. The topic given to me is ELT in post-pandemic era. Then, now, and the future direction. So when we talk about English language teaching, this is very specific. And when we talk about then, what are we talking about then and now and the future direction? So I'm going to, well, actually, before I did this presentation, I did a lot of research about then part, which is not easy because then the documents were not available, not well documented in the format that can be uploaded in the internet. That's the biggest problem. So I searched with the help of some teachers, the books and whatever is written in the book, the hard copy, and I've been doing exchanges with teachers via GoSend just to know what happened then. Okay, so I'm going to start my presentation from that history. All right, so when we talk about ELT, we cannot divorce that from the curriculum and what we did in the past, now, and in the future. As far as Pusat Curriculum is concerned, they only provide document information about what is called Curriculum 1975, which is curriculum in general, meaning the curriculum that covers all subject matters, not just English. But I couldn't find the English curriculum for 1975. And of course, it is available up to Curriculum 13, 2013. But pandemic starts 2020 until today. And then future direction is where we are going to go, where we are heading. Okay, so I tried to summarize the information that I obtained in order to understand the paradigms. What I mean by paradigm is the holistic understanding of our curriculum as a whole. So this is the summary of my research result. So this is 1975 up to 1984. So maybe you were in high school at that time, many of you. And then there is also 1984 up to 1994. That's the curriculum, ELT. And then 2004 up to 2009, before pandemic. And then the pandemic, the pink area, and the future direction. Now let us have a look at the history of linguistic theories that underlie the curriculum. Because in order to understand what is going on, we need to know the whole aspect. Now, I would like to address three elements of it. These are the main and the least, to say the least, yeah, not the least. So if you study linguistics, you are you must be familiar with something called the structural linguistics. Okay, it started long time ago by Ferdinand Saussure, and then it continued for some time, even in our curriculum 75 up to curriculum 94. The linguistic belief, the definition of language is predominantly structural. So this is the what part. So when we teach language, we need to define what language is. Otherwise, we don't know what we teach. All right? Sometimes people talk about teaching language as if the idea of language is already clear. Okay? Now, that happens all the time. So when linguistic people define linguistics as the study of the structured elements of language, which is structuralism, we take for granted that language consists of, for example, phoneme, morpheme, and then syntax. And that's it. So no wonder when I was a student, I also learned word, and then we also learned phrases, we learned clause, we learned sentence, like complex sentence, etc. Why so? Because at that time, people believe that that is language. So language is something, a system, a systematic structure of its element. And the impact in language teaching, in language books, we always see words, phrases, sentences, and all kinds of tenses, right, that you learn. It doesn't matter because at that time, that's what people believe. What about the learning theory, apart from linguistics? Well, the 1975 and 1984, the learning theory, the psychology of learning at that time was predominantly behaviorism. That learning something, learning can happen when we have the stimulus and response. And a lot of repetition, a lot of habit formation, like a drill, all right? So when I was a student in SMP, my teacher taught me using a lot of repetition. It's a book, before I even saw the writing. So to me, not but since the model is I took it as all right? So a lot of time was used in listen and repeat. And then what about language teaching approaches? At that time, the approach was grammar translation, meaning Bahasa Indonesia was used to teach English. And a lot of translation were going on at that time. And this happens not only in Indonesia, also in other parts of the world. At that time, when in the old days, they actually translate English into Latin, English into whatever language that they were teaching. So language was not treated as communication. So language was treated as a subject matter, as knowledge. All right. And then actually around early 1970s, when Delheims came up with the idea of communicative competence, that language is not just to develop competence. Yeah. So when we talk about competence, we need to be careful whose competence we are referring to. When we refer to Chomsky's competence, we refer to the what do you call it? They call it LAD, to a device in our brain that is always there since the day we were born. So competence in Chomskyan sense is something that is static. It doesn't change. That depends on to what language or what language you are exposed to. If you are exposed to Bahasa Jawa, your competence will generate the structure of Bahasa Jawa. If it is English, your brain will also adjust to English. So Chomsky actually does not mean the competence to be interpreted as communication. But then with the birth of the so-called sociolinguistics, and I think the father of sociolinguistics is Delheims, he said, if we talk about language as a means of communication, competence as the realization or the skill of communication, then we need to add an attribute to it. It is not just competence, but communicative competence. And what is our job? Our job is to teach English for the sake of communication, not for the sake of studying the nerve system, okay, in our brain. We cannot open somebody's head like a surgeon. No, our job is to teach communication. So the sociolinguistics starts with communicative competence. Well, Himes actually started that earlier than 1970, 1968 or something, if I'm not mistaken. And then this idea was captured by English language teaching, especially in England, because of course, in the UK, English is the first language, right? So they started talking about communicative approach. So please distinguish between the two. Communicative competence is our goal. Communicative approach is our approach to teaching. And of course, other countries started to grapple and try to understand what communicative approach was. And as we have learned, that when we talk about communicative approach, it was not only one, but actually communicative approaches, right? Because it started early in 1970s until today, we are still holding on communicative approach, well, teaching-wise. And then people started to look at cognitivism. Okay, behaviorism is not good enough. Now, they started to, in 1984, people talked about Piaget, constructivism from cognitive point of view. I was a new docent at that time, pegawai baru, right? And then we were trained twice. I mean, and at one workshop, it took 1 month. So it was very, very strong cognitivism, and English-wise, and the language teaching approach also shifted to the communicative approach, which was process-based. Like, for example, task-based language teaching is communicative approach, but it was the process approach. And then, what is it? Content-based approach, trying to do the immersion. That was also process-based. For a long time, the ELT in Indonesia was more defined by the teaching approach, not by the basic theoretical foundation, which is linguistics. Because when we teach language, we need to know the definition of language and how language works. Otherwise, whatever approach we use, it's going to end up somewhere not as expected. Okay, then in 2004, now I was the one designing the curriculum. The linguistic part was not structural linguistics. I'm not saying structural linguistics is not important. They are still important. But the way we understand language needs to change. Now, systemic functional linguistics is very, very different from structural linguistics. It acknowledges word, phrase, clause, sentences, yes, but it goes beyond that. So it takes language beyond sentence. So it takes language at the level of text, because a text is usually larger than a sentence, larger than an utterance. I'm not saying we cannot use language with one word, we can, right? For example, when we see, what is it? A sign like entrance, exit. Yes, only one word, but the context must be there, right? So if the plank with the exit writing is there, and you put it at the gate or at the gerbang of a hotel, people understand that they need to enter the premise through that channel, through that route. But if this plank with exit sign, you take it out and throw it in the gudang, that exit doesn't mean anything. All right. So since KBK 2004, our way of looking at language is from a discourse perspective, from a text perspective. So this is the clear cut with the previous curriculum, with the previous paradigm. Now, what is the implication? Now, the implication is that our goal in teaching and learning English is not just structural elements. Our goal is text, because communication happens at text level, not at sentence level. If it is spoken language, our goal is spoken language. For example, our students learn the text called procedure, right? Ada procedure, recount, descriptive. Let's take procedure. How do you know that the learning has taken place? Now, in order to know that, I think I can hear some noise. All right. How do we assess? How do we know that our teaching has been successful? It's easy. If your student can be a YouTuber, you see, teaching people how to cook rendang Padang, your teaching has been successful. So that is the competence, that is the outcome. In terms of competence, it is called discourse competence. When you talk about outcomes, oh, well, being a YouTuber is the outcome of procedure. What about writing? Language students can write. So their writing, if they can write the recipe of rendang Padang in English, that is the outcome. The competence is discourse competence. The text type is procedure. So I would like to relate this to Paulus' earlier presentation. But before we see the outcome, we need to have the competence, the discourse competence. Can we jump, for example, from very little knowledge to YouTuber? No, we can't. I can give you a lot of examples. Knowledge is important, and without it, you cannot jump into outcomes. Because many people, many students, they pass S1, they pass S2, they graduated from S3, their English is still poor. Poor in the sense that grammatical mistakes are there, pronunciation problems are there. Okay, people can have the ambition to be a YouTuber, but they need to clear so many things. All right, why? Because if your grammar is still problematic, the meaning cannot be fully conveyed, because communication basically is the exchange of meanings, not the exchange of visual. Everything is geared on around meaning. So is grammar still important? Oh, yes. Yeah. Is pronunciation still important? Yes. So we cannot jump, we cannot skip this process. Why? Because English is language, and learning language is not the same as learning math. It's not the same as learning history, which is often perceived as a body of knowledge. When you learn English, you can be very, very good at structure, at grammar. You can have A+ in grammar, but there is no guarantee that you will be able to perform the language, to communicate, to be a YouTuber, or to be a writer. So that is the difference between language and other subjects. When a teacher teaches in school, a teacher of physics, for example, or math, I can safely say that none of the students can be better than the teacher. So if the teacher teaches X, the students follow. And then Y, the students follow. So they always tail the teacher, but not language. The students can be much better than the teacher. I'm not saying this from feelings, but I've been observing this for more than 15 years because I founded a school where English is used as the medium of instruction. The teachers are Indonesian teachers. Their pronunciation is Semarang English, Magelang English, not native speakers. What happens to the students? Since the students learn English from kindy, right? By the time they are in primary school, their English in terms of fluency, etc., is better than the teachers. Okay, we can talk about this at length, but I've been watching this for more than 15 years. That is the miracle of learning language. When students learn English from childhood, they're in terms of pronunciation and fluency, plus they also watch YouTube, their English is so natural. What about the teacher's English? It's still the same. It doesn't matter. They did a great job introducing English to the kids, and the kids actually surpass the teachers. So I think this needs to be in our awareness, that teaching language is teaching skill, but the skills can only be developed when the knowledge has turned into our intuition. That's why the learning theory is the sociocultural theory. We know a lot about English grammar. We know a lot about the theory of pronunciation. Yet, when we speak, when we write, we make mistakes. Why? Because we think about knowledge. All right? What is the function of grammar according to language acquisition theories? The function of teaching grammar is, or knowing grammar is, so that when you make grammatical mistakes, you can correct yourself. Why? Without the knowledge of grammar, you cannot correct yourself. Now, for this to happen, it takes time. First, you need to know grammar. When we talk about Bloom taxonomy, we need to start from C1, C2, C3, application, and then analysis, and create text. Create text itu spoken and written. So when grammar is still a big part of our knowledge, we make a lot of mistakes when speaking and writing. And when do grammar becomes our intuition, a part of our intuition? That's when we know that we are wrong and then we repeat it, okay? Somebody said, for example, is, and then was. That is what I mean by intuition. For example, somebody a teacher writes a question, but the word order is wrong. Where where you are going to go, for example. Intuisinya itu belum jerit, ya. So when you are fluent in a language, your intuition tells you that this is wrong. And when somebody is wrong, you know something is missing. But when you are learning, you're still at the stage of learning. That's when mistakes happen. So in sociocultural theory, the tenets are these. Learning takes place at two different planes. First, at the social level, in the classroom with teachers, with friends. And eventually, gradually, it happens at the individual level, at your brain level. That's when English becomes a part of your intuition. So this is sociocultural theory, all right? That is KBK, because you cannot produce anything without competency. Now, what about the teaching approach? Now, the teaching approach, the teaching approach is also communicative approach. So what is communicative approach actually? Communicative approach is when the goal of your teaching is communicative competence. That is in the theory, all right? And you check all references. So that's why communicative approach can be of many kinds, yeah? So what about the 2004 yang disebut KBK itu? It is also a communicative approach which is product-based. Product-based is outcome-based. Okay? So, how do you know that somebody has learned procedural text? Well, if she or he can act like a cook in YouTube, telling people how to do something, that is the product. If they can write a narrative story very well, that is a product. So the tagihan is communication product. This theory, I take from Jack Richards, okay? Process-based communicative approach, itu yang dulu. And then starting KBK, it is product-based approach, and it is a text-based approach. So I hope I wish I had more time to talk about this, but maybe if we meet again next time, we can do it. Now, curriculum 2004, and then it was KTSP, exactly the same. I mean, the paradigm is the same. And then 2013, that is the curriculum paling kacau, because this paradigm crashed with the paradigm of the general curriculum, which is scientific approach. So you know how it was, but the paradigm was actually the same as KBK, although the urut-urutan is rather confusing, and also the rumusan of KI and KD was rather confusing. It doesn't matter. Since the teachers were very well informed with the KBK, they didn't have much problem implementing it. Actually, many of them did what they did during KBK and KTSP, all right? Now what about pandemic? Okay, pandemic, the government decided to have the so-called curriculum darurat. And they did that by simply reducing the competency, jumlah kompetensi across the curriculum, not only for English, also for other subjects. But as far as English paradigm is concerned, it remains the same. Maybe if the previous target was 10 text types, major text type, maybe it is reduced, but the paradigm is the same. Language is seen as discourse beyond sentence, but at text level, learning theory is still sociocultural theory, because this sociocultural theory is now being implemented around the world. And by the way, sociocultural theory is also constructivism, but it is from sociocultural perspective, not from the cognitive perspective. What about the approach? The same. Now, what is interesting is the future direction. Okay, where are we going? Yeah, so post-pandemic, we are talking about future direction. Now, I don't know you have read something or heard something, but what I found out from a document, very recent document, we are leaning toward the Common European Framework Reference. I'm not sure if you have heard this, but actually CEFR, I call it SEVER, yeah, Pierre Gampang, it started early 2001, nearly at the same time with KBK. Actually, we were working together, but some people did that in Europe. We did that here. What is that? What kind of animal is CEFR? It stands for the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages, Learning, Teaching, Assessment, and especially assessment. So CEFR standards have been used by Cambridge Testing Center, by other testing center, not only for language, not only for English, it is also used for French, it is also used for German as foreign language. So people also teach French as a foreign language, right? German as a foreign language, and they use this framework all over the world. Apparently, now the Indonesian government also lean to that. It was created by the Council of European to provide common basis. Okay. So who created that? They were experts, language teaching experts across Europe. And actually, this concept already came here. At least I know Lembaga LIA, they also started using this quite long time ago, nearly at the same time. And then we try to see how KBK and SEVER actually correspond to each other. It was envisaged primarily as the planning tool whose aim was to promote transparency and coherence in language education. Coherence. You know, what we do here need to correspond with what other people do in other countries. But very often we don't talk to each other. That's why CEFR is created and promoted. CEFR is a framework published by the Council of Europe, initially 2001, which described language learners' ability in terms of speaking, reading, listening, and writing. So those and they are classified into 6 levels. Okay, there is level A, which is breakthrough. It is for beginners. And then A2 is called wastage. You can read later what it says here. And then threshold. Threshold is okay. You can communicate now rather freely, all right, because you have the minimum requirement. And then vantage is higher than that. And then C1, okay, I think university. And I think C2, if people graduate from S1 Prodi PBI, I think they need to be here. So I look at this as a literacy level created by CEFR. But of course, we also have other theory of literacy level. But I think this is more or less the literacy level that we also discussed in KBK 2004. Yeah, there is performative level, functional level, informational level, and then epistemic level. So S1 graduate from English department needs to obtain the so-called epistemic level. And I would like to address this. Ibu-ibu, bapak-bapak who teach at S1 Bahasa Inggris, please do not take grammar for granted. Why? Because when they are weak in S1, when their grammar is kacau in S1, even when they go to S2, nothing changes, nothing significant changes, even when they go to S3. So the key is S1 program. So I titip you to be strict and grammar in S1. Now, what about the text type in CEFR? Apakah CEFR sama paradigmanya dengan KBK, dengan kurikulum 13? The answer is yes. So they also base their theoretical linguistic assumptions on the theory of Halliday, Matheson, all those functional people. They also choose the genres, just like in KBK, all right? And also the approach to teaching. It is text-based approach. And now it is being adopted again in Indonesia. So if you look at the A1 here, the competencies, okay, in KBK, it is called short functional text. And then A2 is still short functional text. Yeah, these are the major text type. B1, these are the conversational text and factual genre, seperti descriptive, all right, recount. And then B2, conversational text with I think misspelling, argumentative genres. And then C1, okay, conversational text with critical genre. And C2, academic interaction and critical genres, academic genres. So I took this from CEFR and I tried to match with the text types that are used in the competence-based curriculum like this. So when I try to map them on, they match very perfectly. And the recent document from Jakarta also adopts this CEFR framework. Now, this is the model competency, all right? It's communicative language competence. And the assumption, this is communicative language competence, at the center is the discourse competence, and then linguistic competence is here, sociolinguistic competence is here, pragmatic competence is here, all right? And two others. So yes, they also use the communicative competence model proposed by Celso et al. This is more on the, on the process. It focuses on the communicative language activities, just like KBK, okay? A lot of activities in building knowledge, in modeling, in joint construction and independent construction. And in the newest document from Jakarta, it is explicitly stated that we use the cycles and stages. So building knowledge of the field, modeling of the text, yeah, we are using that. Now, for example, for year 5 and 6 primary school, listening, speaking, the competence is formulated like this. Use English to interact, change, substitute some elements, use some strategies, follow the series, So at the end, now the government allows the teaching of English in primary school. And I only pick the highest competence for primary school, for listening and speaking. For reading and writing, SD, this is the statement: understand familiar and new vocabulary with support from visual. So when reading, it is not just reading, because reading is often accompanied by pictures. Now you have e-books. You can read from the screen, plus with what do you call it? The simple movie. Yeah. Now we use technology. In 2004, we didn't have YouTube. All right. We didn't have. Nowadays, English teachers are very, very fortunate nowadays, because they can use the materials by native speakers from YouTube and for free. I use them in my university, because our motto is the multimodality. So we can use that for primary school too. This is reading and viewing. What about writing and presenting? This is the goal for writing and presenting, because today they don't just write, they also present. Just like what I'm doing now, I'm presenting. Okay, maybe I will write later, but this is the outcome, the skills of writing and presenting. Presenting is the product of writing, is the outcome. What about SMP? At the end of SMP, what are they supposed to achieve? Yeah, this is at the end of SMP. Yeah, listening and speaking, engage in discussions like giving opinion, making comparison, yeah, and explain and clarify their answers using basic sentence structures. Artinya apa? Ya bicara, tapi grammarnya juga betul. Yang basic aja. Nggak usah yang advance lah. Alright? Because English is very, very difficult for Indonesian kids. Because there is a structural element that does not exist in Bahasa Indonesia. That is the finite element. Okay, I hope we can talk again about this because this is a huge topic. Itu sumber segala dosa, the source of all evil, the finiteness. That's why it says here, basic sentence structure. All right, junior high school. What about reading and viewing? Well, they also read from the book. They also read from the screen. They also read from whatever multimodal resources that are available in the world. I'm happy to tell you that during the pandemic, all of a sudden, the school was locked down and everybody had to learn at home. At that time, there was no such thing as Zoom. Zoom didn't exist. So we used the Google Classroom, was it? And some students in my school used the so-called virtual laboratory. They used the physics laboratory that exists in the sky. How could they do that? They could do that because the students know English. So the teachers could use resources in the internet to teach. But I don't think this can happen in a school where the students do not speak English. Yeah. So yes, I agree that this pandemic has been very unforgiving, and we need to create new things. Yeah, that's just one of the examples. What about writing for SMP? Well, it's also write in different genres, persuasive text, imaginative text, and there is using models, modeling, planning, creating, presenting, okay, basic information, and express idea in the present, future, past. Low. We cannot jump. Yeah, we still need to take care of grammar knowledge because this is a foreign language. This is not history. This is not biology. Okay, use time markers, adverb, frequency of common conjunction to link ideas, and etc., etc. Yeah. What about senior high school? This is senior high school. All right. Writing and presenting. All right. So if we want to match the present curriculum, post-pandemic curriculum with CVAR, the primary school is targeted, junior high school is targeted towards B1. Primary school masih di A, all right? The paradigm is still the same, okay? Text-based, Vygotsky, communicative language teaching, product-based, or outcome-oriented. Senior high school is targeted at B2 or the Vantage level. So level C1, C2 are applicable for university, especially English department. What about the paradigm? It is still the same. So the document, the Indonesian documents that uses CEFR says so. So again, we cannot live competence. Without competence, there is no outcomes. There is no performance. There is no YouTuber. There is no writer. Okay, those are the products and the level 6 of Bloom taxonomy. So where are we heading? It looks like we are taking a U-turn back to competency-based curriculum. CEFR uses the same paradigm as KBK. And KBK is not just competence-based, it's also outcome-based because the tagihan is performance, okay? Speaking, and especially speaking and writing, we can see it very clearly. So we also adopt this at this university level. For example, we need to make our students able to be a content writer. Content writer for what purpose? When we ask for what purpose, we go back to the competencies. We can have high expectation, but if the bases are not tidied up, there is no way you can achieve that. Thank you very much for your attention. Madam Moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Helena, for the great presentation. Okay, and here I have this one. Language teaching in Indonesia changes time by time, as well as the impact of language teaching itself. And when we teach a language, we have to know the definition of language and how it works. Knowledge is important. Without it, we can jump into outcomes. That's very great. Thank you very much, Bu Helena, for the great presentation.
My pleasure.
Okay, and well, ladies and gentlemen, okay, now ICT has been used in almost all fields of life. ICT has been publicized as potentially powerful enabling tools for educational change and reform. Okay, so let's welcome our last speaker, Dr. Sarlita Dewi Matra, MPD. But before she presents the material, I'd like to read her CV. Okay, Dr. Sarlita Dewi Matra, MPD. She is an assistant professor at English Education Department of Pekalongan University. She has completed her master degree in Indonesia University of Education in 2012. Then finished her doctorate degree in Semarang State University in 2017. She has a great interest and enthusiasm, especially in ICT and English language teaching and some other areas of curriculum and material development, and as English language teaching, media, and methodology. She is a national certified trainer from BSNP and has become the trainer as well as speakers in many workshops. Okay, so the time is yours, Bu Sarlita.
Thank you, Bu Pratnya. Can you listen to my voice clearly?
Yep.
To the participants? Yes.
I can.
Good morning. Yes, still morning. Good morning, Bapak dan Ibu. And how are you doing? I hope that you are healthy and happy today. Are you still excited joining this seminar? I hope you are. First of all, I want to say it is a great honor to be in one stage with my inspiring lecturer, Bu Helena. Maybe you do not remember me, but most of us here was graduated from Semarang State University for our S1 degree, and I believe that You are our idols here. So
Thank you.
I'm very happy to see you again after a very long time no see. And also Pak Kos, maybe we have met once in business meeting in APS PBI a couple years ago in UMY.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
All right. So this is my turn to share my experience. Actually, this is our experience because my concern here to have what we call it as our retrospect, during and post-pandemic when we have the online learning. Okay, so let me share my screen first. Okay, and hopefully all the participants here can join me because I want all of us here to have the online participation together with me. Wait. Okay, I need to present this. Okay, so my topic today is online education. Are we future ready? This is a retrospect during and post-pandemic online learning. So, Bapak Ibu, wait. I think I need to. Oh, I can wait. All right. So, is online education the future of post-COVID-19 era? I'm not so sure whether we are now in a post-COVID era since the new variant of Omicron now attack us. So I think we are now still in the COVID era, not the post one. But let's discuss it first, using Mentimeter. I want you all, the participants and then the students here or the committers join us to open the Mentimeter. Please, can you see this? Yeah, you can open up mentimeter.com, and then add the code here, or I try to help by copy the link and you can just chat, click the link on my chat first. Great. I want to know first what your perspectives or what your experience about it. Okay, I share the first link. You can click that and we can have the survey together online, because I believe that we are all in the same page. So please click the links or go to mentimeter.com and then put the code, input the code 989455133. Okay, thank you. One participant join or vote. I'm waiting at least 10, I just want to know what is your favorite applications or technology tools in teaching or learning, because I believe that most of the students also be the participants today during the online learning for maybe 2 years. Okay, very good. For participants joined. Okay. Kira-kira aplikasi favorit apa sih yang paling disukain atau yang berhubungan dengan ICT selama pembelajaran online kemarin gitu. The biggest word here represent that this is the most applications that the people choose. The bigger the words mean the more further. The smallest the words means that only one or two who vote the applications. Okay, 12 participants joined and voted. Thank you very much. From this vote, from this voting, we know that the Google Classroom becomes the star of our online learning. I know why, because it is very user friendly. Yeah, even most people who haven't understood anything about the technology can use it. Yeah, it is a very simple instructions, and it can be automatizations. We will talk about it later. Yeah, because in Google Classroom, actually you can teach, but by only having the plan in the very beginning, before you give your lecture. For example, you can set up for 16 meetings in the Google Classroom, and then that will be autopilot for delivering the materials, delivering the assignments, and everything. So the Google Classroom, me myself, is one of my favorite applications. Thank you for having the vote for me, but I have two more. Now, please, we move to this. After you experience using those tools or the applications, I want to know what is your biggest problems dealing with ICT in teaching or learning. I will copy the link here for the second one. Okay. Masalah atau hambatan terbesar ketika berurusan dengan ICT dalam pembelajaran atau mengajar itu kira-kira apa, Bapak Ibu? Please click the link I have shared in the chat box, or just input the code 47554366. Okay, internet connections. Okay. Signal, yes. Limited internet access. All right. Internet network. Okay. What else? Digital literacy skills and internet connections. Yes. Okay. Internet connection and signals. Bad signals and students focus. Yes, I agree. Miscommunication. Yes, because we have a lot of WhatsApp groups. Yeah. So we can only communicate using the text, and we know that in text we cannot see the expressions or as well as the intonation to avoid the misunderstanding. Okay, eyes help. I see. Yeah, because we need to on screen, yeah, for several hours in a day. Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Ibu. So we can now understand that the major problems that we face in the use of ICT in our teaching and learning process is the internet connections. It means that your skills, your knowledge, or other barriers is not becomes the issue anymore. It is just because there are so many people who use internet nowadays. So we need to keep up with the what we call it as sufficient bandwidth or sufficient connections to have our teaching and learning. But no worries, because nowadays you can have your your teaching everywhere. You do not need to stay at home. You can go to the mall, or you can go to the coffee shops. I believe that they provide the Wi-Fi connection, so you can have the teaching in a while having the good connections. Very good. Now, once more, Bapak Ibu, about the future. Yeah, we discussed about the past, the present, and now the future. If the pandemic is literally over, would you still be willing to use ICT in your teaching or learning activities? Okay, I will copy the link. Okay, I have sent the link, or you may input the code 18424414. We are enforced to use ICT during the pandemic. Now, what if the pandemic is over? Do you want to go to the traditional classroom, or you want to stick on the ICT usage? 12 people said sure. Very good. And 2 maybe, because of course there is a confusion or problems ahead. Okay, so it shows that most of us now are really comfortable in using the ICTs. Yeah, it's very happy to see this because this is kind of well, COVID-19 forced an overdue revolution in our education system. Actually, the technology has been there for the quarter of centuries, but because of pandemic, we now forced to have the revolution in our education system. That is very amazing. Okay, Bapak Ibu, thank you for joining me in this forum. Now we back to my materials. Okay. Okay, wait. I can have this one in a bigger. No, I can't do that. Okay. Okay, so we have to take a look back on the definitions of online education. What is online education? Well, actually, online education is a learning that occurs over the internet. It is electronically supported that relies on internet platforms for an effective student-teacher interactions and allows easy distribution of the required materials. So when we talk about something online, we usually feeling comfortable with the terms like e-learning, yeah, or we can say like web-based learning or everything that is online learning. So the coronavirus may change that when the students will realize that they received some valuable education even though they were not on campus, especially in higher education, because now in Pekalongan University, we still have the online class for all departments here. So generally, online education tends to go by several names, yeah, such as e-learning, and students typically use home computers connected to the internet to access the learning programs, making it flexible and convenient compared to the traditional classroom when we used to its potential. So how about the growth? Okay, what about the growth of online education during the pandemic? I believe that the teacher as well as the students experienced these issues about the convenience. Yeah, during the pandemic for these past 2 years, the teaching and learning process can be accessed for 24 hours for 7 days from any online computer, involves no travels, easy submissions of assignments, and can accommodate a busy schedule. We have to understand that having the online learning, we can have the schedules more flexible. And when we come to submissions, we cannot use paper like what we used to do. We can just share the link in a Google form, or we can just also ask them to upload in YouTube and then share the links, and it will make us easier to access the students' assignments, not to bring all the papers, all the, we can say, projects or everything. Yeah. So it is very convenient, I think. And the autonomous learning is very promoted during the online learning. It makes students more responsible for their education with all the necessary learning resources at their disposal. One of my students during the online learning, they join themselves the online seminars or online like workshops, how to use the ICT, how to increase their speaking ability. I think that's very enlightened. Yeah, because they can search their own needs, how to learn and what they need in learning English. And then the flexibility and comfort, the student can set their online study hours in any environment of their choice, either at home, library, or a coffee shop. This becomes a trend, a new trend, that the higher students usually go to the coffee shop to do their assignments or just to join the lecturer. Yeah. So it is very high, we could say sophisticated era that the students now becomes familiar with the gadget or such things. And for the students who are working, I think this is a very helpful because they can search or they can reread the materials that is shared from Google Classroom or WhatsApp group, and then they can read whenever they have time. I think this is also the growth of the online education. And then the technology friendly, the student exposed to in-depth online research. New software sits and effectively communicate via online platform such as teleconferencing and discussion boards. Bu Helena has mentioned it earlier that we have never known what is the Zoom, what Zoom is. Yeah, what the hell is that? Yeah, nobody understand how to use it. But look at us now. We are very familiar with Zoom. We are familiar with the Google Meet. We are familiar with other applications which is downloadable from the Play Store or App Store. It shows that the growth of the online teaching and education are very increased rapidly. And then the last one, I put it in the last one because it depends on in the individual itself, because actually, theoretically, the online learning is reduced cost because there is no extra expenses such as accommodation and travel costs, especially for parents. Because I did a survey with my students and I asked them why they want to go to the campus very much, because they need the money, because the parents do not give them the money if they do not go anywhere. So that's why for the parents, maybe the use of online learning, it reduced costs a lot. Okay. And then, this is the practical ideas for teaching digitally in rich environment. Later, I think the committee will share the materials because I can see that from the screen, it's a little bit blurred. Yeah, so I just want to show you. I just want to show you that this is how ICT works in our teaching and learning process. We can go from the simple to the complex one. We can have the activities or teaching stages who improve the skills and knowledge up to the higher order thinking. There are so many teaching stages and activities that can be done using the ICTs. For example, I can mention you at a glance here. In the simple thing, you can use ICT to have the drilling and practicing. Yeah, there are so many teaching games. There are so many applications that can promote or improve the students' speaking skills. And then the dialogue, they can have YouTube to have the good model how to use such kind of expressions. And then the peer tutoring, because one students who do not understand how it works can have another ideas from another students who have mastering the tools. So, and in the high order thinking, we can also have genre-based learning here, because we can ask our students to give the presentations or to have the role play in having the certain topic that we are teaching. So the whole teaching stages or these teaching ideas can be used using the ICTs. How good is that? Yeah. And then for the best practice, I conducted a survey for my students in ICT in ELT class, and also based on my own experiences. This is the presentation tool that is very helpful yet effective, in presenting our materials during the class or in seminars, because Before pandemic, I believe that we only knows PPT or PowerPoint from Microsoft to present our materials. But look at now, we know Canva, we know Google Slides, we know Powtoon, we know Genially, we know Mentimeter, we know Telegami, Beautiful Eye, Nearpad, Keynotes, Ludus, Prezi. This is an online platform to present. Me myself using Canva, and it makes our presentation is not so boring anymore. Yeah, because we can use a lot of interesting templates. We can add the links, we can add the audio, we can be creative in creating our material. So please use one of them. Yeah, try it because no one teach you how to use it, but you need to do the trial and error when it deals with ICTs. And then the teaching games. Yeah, this may be given to the young learners or even the higher students in the college. Yeah, there are some teaching games that is really good for practicing English. Yeah, for example, Bingo, Kahoot, Duolingo, and quizzes. This is like interactions quiz. So you can create or you just adopt quizzes, quiz from the materials available in quizzes and then share to your students. I practice it, and even the 5th semester of university level, they very enjoyed the quizzes very much. Yeah, and then memorize to enrich your vocabulary. So this is teaching games that is free downloadable from Play Store and App Store. So why don't you use it for your children at home or for your students? And then the next one is audio video. Nowadays we can have the interactions not only synchronous but also asynchronous. So this audio video platform will help us very much to know how is the good pronunciations, how to practice our speaking skills, how to know what is the accent of the native speakers using the certain applications. So try it, and you can share it with your students and practice it together. Now we talk about the common problems. When we have something new, we will always deal with the problems. And I believe that there are various problems that learners face in accessing online education. You yourself voted just now that internet connection, internet access becomes the most problems, the most common problem for our teaching learning process using ICT. Moreover, some remote students might lack access to computer devices and the internet for video conferencing. Yes, it is. Me, myself, when I give the lecturer, some of the students from in Pekalongan, we may have some students from Kandang Serang, from Petong Kriono, from Paninggaran. They said that, sorry, Miss, the connection is not so good. I'm not so sure whether this is the real things happen or it's just an excuse, but it happens. Yeah, it happens. So this uneven access should be, improved by having the good internet connection. Yeah, but now a lot of providers, provide the good internet connections. And then the teachers in using or in having the TPACK. We know that TPACK is technological, pedagogical content knowledge. So not all the teachers can use the technologies in a good way. The teachers should be ready to answer the possible questions that learners and parents may have concerning the navigation on the platforms. When you want to use Google Classroom, make sure that you master all the features in Google Classroom so that when the students ask you something about it, you can answer it. So make sure that the TPACK approach can be implemented in your teaching. And then the third one, this is my biggest concern actually, is disrespectful attitude. Students in some online classes do not connect fully with the teachers. Yes, because most of them usually like eating while having my classes or do not turn on the camera with some excuses, or they just go. Yeah, I'm not also sure that all of you here as the participants still there pay attention to my voice, because we can see you, I cannot see you there. So this disrespectful attitude is very my biggest concerns and issues. How to make the students or the participants still stick with you during the teaching learning process or during your presentations. Like, well, we can say that when they disrespect or they are not disciplined, it's not like I could do anything to punish them. Well, maybe just being muted or removed from the lesson is hardly punishment. Teachers were under no illusion that virtual lessons were going to be easy, and surprisingly, mute was my best friend during the online learning, because whenever I heard that they say something inappropriate, I just mute them. If we discuss something out of the topic, I mute them. Yeah, so that's all we can do as a teachers during the online learning. And I think this is a little bit ironic, because in the real classes, when they show the disrespectful attitudes, we can directly remind them and give the examples or something, and they can pay attention. And then wait, I can access my, okay. So in conclusion, yeah, online education is here to say the proliferations of knowledge and information in today's world allows students to be lifelong learners. On the other hand, online education plays a significant role in accessing self-directed and learner-centered instructions. The future of online learning here will keep growing, with learners becoming more proficient with technology. And factors such as limitations of access by the learners, geographical location, responsibilities, and life circumstances that can be changed should no longer be barriers to learning. Because online learning, I believe, that has led to an increase in access to higher education tremendously. Then in suggestion for troubleshooting that happened during the online learning, I tried to streamlining of advantage here. We as a teacher should have the collaborative tools. In delivering online learning, we have to accelerate and streamline with the use of the right tools and processes. So before using the tools or before using the application, make sure that the application can fulfill the learning outcomes, what we want to achieve in our teaching. And then the autopilot plan, it is very good for us to have a lesson plan, but in traditional teaching, we write down the lesson plan, but now we just put it in application. For example, in Google Classroom, we can create the activities at the first meeting about what we are going to do, what is the material that we want to share and everything, so that if we cannot teach them, if we have something happen with us, they still have the online teaching in a good conditions, in a comfort way. And then the last one is flexible and update. There are e-learning systems that can be used to develop, deliver, and track training, and allows the instructors to make any possible changes to the courses. Like Pak Rector have just said this morning, that Unikal now have the SIACAT 4.0. So in this platform, the teachers and as well as the parents and the lecturers can track whether the students having the class or not, whether they can achieve their goals or not. And I believe that some of the elite education also apply this kind of e-learning system to the students. Okay, this is my last word. Technology is not going to replace teachers. Yes, it is. But you have to remember that the ones who use it creatively shall. So technology is nothing if we cannot use it creatively. Yeah, it is there, available worldwide. But if we do not have our trial and error, we do not try to know something new to our students, I believe that they are the people who use it creatively will beat us as a teacher. So I think that's all, Bu Pratnya. Thank you for the opportunities given to me, and hopefully we can share the similar experience and have the good insights for the future. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you very much, Bu Sarlita. Okay, well, okay, that's a very great and very interesting materials yet referred by Bu Sarlita. And there are some tools in teaching learning in this pandemic era, but internet connection becomes the biggest problem in dealing with the ICT. Okay, but we know that the online learning gives benefits to the students in this pandemic era. It makes the teacher, the students, as well as the parents easier to conduct the learning itself. Okay, and one more, I have a very good quotation here, which is technology is not going to replace teachers, but the ones who use it creatively shall. Okay, that's very great. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, okay, now is the time for you to have the question and answer sessions, and I will open it in 2 sessions in each. Yeah. Okay, so for the first sessions, I would like to have 3 questions from the participants. Please mention your name and institutions before you may raise your hands. Okay, please. For the participants, this is the time for you to have your questions. Okay. The first sessions is for 3 participants. Okay, please. Mas Fendi, coba ada yang sudah di chat belum? Yeah, okay, I will read. Okay, this is the first questions is from Fitriani Bakri. Okay, it is a question for keynote speaker 1. Okay, who is Paulus? Okay. Okay, thanks for the presentation, sir. To what extent is being a model in school for teachers effective? Okay, so Paulus, okay, you may answer the question first, please.
Thank you. This is from Ibu Fitriani, right? Yeah, okay. So Ibu Fitriani, thank you very much for the question. Yeah, in fact, this is really our problem in Indonesia because we have already been overwhelmed with declarative knowledge, and then we never, implemented in our real life. Meaning to say, sometimes teachers only do their jobs, okay, in teaching, and as far as they have already finished the syllabus, the job is done, right? And we understand that teachers are also human beings, and then they also have some weaknesses. Of course, their excellence also the good sides of the teachers. But what we need to emphasize here is actually the good character modeling in this case. So I'm just actually giving you an example. Some teachers, they ask the students to, for example, please do not smoke, okay? Because smoking is not good for our health, just an example. Then the teachers themselves need to also create atmosphere in which the institutions, they do not allow lecturers to smoke, at least inside the building, at least. I understand that smoking is, some people really having problems, quit smoking, stop smoking. But we understand that we respect this kind of human rights, okay? But in this what we call school culture or institution culture, we need to also provide atmosphere where healthy life is integrated in the campus. For example, no smoking inside the campus. Just an example. Even the satpam, the security guards, the staff, anyone who are in the school, they need in the institution, they need to also follow the standards. This is modeling. So the modeling here is not just they say something, they give sermon or preaching in this case, but what is most difficult is actually walk the talk. This is most difficult, walk the talk. So they do what they say, okay? For example, if the teachers ask, please submit your assignments in the due dates. Knowledge submission, just an example, knowledge submission. This also implies a great responsibility for the teachers or lecturers because, for example, as the contract time, in 2 weeks after that, maximum, they need to also return the students' paper to the students. So exactly, because if the teachers and the students cannot submit, the lecturers equally cannot submit the feedback led to the students. This is a good modeling. So there are a lot of other examples. So what I mean by modeling here is character modeling, okay? If, for example, like the teachers or lecturers ask the students to write and write and write, that means the teachers or the lecturers, they need to also provide a good modeling of writing. They also publish in journals, they are writes in probably newspapers and like then they can show it to the students that, you know, come on guys, I'm not just actually telling you to do this and that, but I'm also doing it myself. This is modeling. So it's what we call walk the talk. This is actually the most difficult part, the most difficult job to do, because, you know, what we said in class, it also implies that we are also talking to ourselves. That's what I can say. And I say that, you know, providing the education for the characters should be more implicit rather than explicit. Explicit means, you know, we give them the rules, the regulation, blah, 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 okay? Explicitly in written, for example. But what is more important is actually the actions. So we do not need to, you know, to speak loudly that we have already been doing this and that. But if they can see themselves, then actually they understand that we are also living a good life, living a good quality of life, moral standard and the like. So yeah, okay, we understand, you know, that in newspapers today, you know, like the good people, you know, they are very respected in their institutions, in their communities, in the societies, but, you know, very often they actually cannot avoid of doing some, you know, like indecent acts, okay, or impolite acts. For example, like talking rude to other people through probably WhatsApp or in WhatsApp group. So talking rude is also another example of, you know, like a kind of bad habits. So even, you know, good people can say something really bad. That's why we really have to be very careful with our what we are doing, particularly in front of the students. Yeah. So that's actually what I can say. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the answers. Thank you for the response.
Ibu Fitriani.
Thank you, Bu Fitri. That's the answer. The key is do what we say. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. And then for the second participant, okay, please raise your hand to ask your questions, please. Okay. The next is from Bu Sri Supiah Cahyati. Question for speaker 2, Bu Helena. What's your opinion regarding the curriculum prototype? Thanks. Okay, thank you, Bu Sri Supiah. Please, Bu Helena.
Okay, thank you, Bu Sri Supiah. officially speaking, the prototype curriculum is not ready, but I've got the document, and as I said in the presentation, it is using the CEFR, and I'm happy that they do that. So the paradigm is very, very similar to KBK. So that's the only document that I have, and actually everything explained there is like KBK, so there's nothing new for you later on. Maybe it needs some adjustment. Even the curriculum cycle and stages of learning exactly the same. Yeah, that's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Helena. So the prototype curriculum is using the CEFR, right, Bu Helena?
As far as the document that I received, as far as I know, yes. And that is very good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, it is applied, it is used internationally.
Okay, well, Bu Helena, thank you very much. Okay, Bu Sri Supia, that's the answer from Bu Helena. Okay. And the last questions in the first session, Mas Fendi. Okay, from Bu Yuyun Putri, from Polkesma. Question to Ibu Sarlita. As we know, during the pandemic, there were abrupt information to teach tools that teachers need to know and apply in emergency online class. Would you share with us what are the best tips dealing with that issue? Okay, please, Bu Sarlita.
Okay, thank you, Bu Yuyun Putri. Well, if I was asked what is the best tips, actually we need to upgrade ourselves as a teacher. We need to be updated with the development of the technology in our ELT. You may Google it. You just simply Google it. Yeah, you can just type the ICT tools in ELT or ICT tools in teaching English. There are so many applications that you can find from Google, and you just need to download it and try an error. Try one by one features provided by the applications, and then you can have the reflections whether the application can be used to teach in your classroom or not. And the other things, the good things from the online learning is that you can join the online courses in a worldwide. Yeah, I myself try my best to follow the online courses held by another countries about the development of the technology. Yeah, because the pandemic happened not only in Indonesia but overall the world. So they are struggling like us, yeah, in having the technology in teaching. And I believe that they are more sophisticated than us, and they are more, I think they can employ a lot of interesting tools in teaching. So I joined several seminars, I joined several workshops, so I can adopt the materials or the application that they given to me, and then I share it to my students. That is what I do, yeah, during this pandemic era. So I keep upgrading myself, because me myself is the one who haven't any ideas about the technology at first, yeah. But then when I found one applications that interests me so much in the very first before the pandemic is Zoho. Yeah, the Zoho is a kind of platform that I use for the first time. I deal with the technology, and then after that, I try to develop my own e-learning platform. I created the e-portfolio, and then I use it to have the students' reflections in micro teaching. So from that step, I try to be familiar with any technology or any new applications available. So you just simply Google it, Bu. Like Pak Kus have said to us, yeah, you can find everything academically from Google. So let them guide you about the new certain application tools for teaching. Thank you, Bu Yuyun.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sarlita. Okay, so the key is upgrading ourselves in ELT and be familiar to any technology. Okay, thank you. This is the last of the first session of question and answer sessions. And I would like to open the second one. Okay, and then for the second session of question and answer session, I would like to have 3 participants to ask. Okay, please. Okay. Is there any question, Mas Fendi? Okay, please help me to read it. Okay. The first question is from Sylviananda Putri Erito. Dear Mrs. Helena, how to apply a communicative approach in online learning? And is the communicative approach based on the communicative needs of the learner? And if so, what should educators do? Okay, please, Bu Helena, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good question. In order to answer the book, I think the answer is going to be very long. I would like to remind you that I sent you my ebook. Please make sure you receive the books. It is entitled Implementing Text-Based Approach in English Language Teaching, and it was meant for not only for Indonesia. So actually, this book is a volume of a series published by Tafin. And the books are written by writers from different countries. So I happen to be assigned that title. So the whole idea is there, except that you need to include whatever technology that you have. So we cannot, prescribe, use this, use that, because in order to develop listening abilities, there are so many listening materials in YouTube that now you can use. So you can give good models because they are native speakers. Not only native speakers, they are from BBC, they are from Oxford, they are from Cambridge. You know, now we are very, very rich. So the book actually provides you with the stages and steps, but the technology that I find very useful and practical and excellent are actually English programs in YouTube. Not only English programs, but also ebook like Little Peter Rabbit. Yeah, it's a very, very famous. Very famous children book. And if you use that to teach SMP, SMA for narrative, I think it's going to be very interesting because the readers of those ebooks or audiobooks are excellent readers. They are actually actors. So we can obtain excellent models for that. Yeah. So the only thing that you need to do is please have curiosity to explore. I'm old, but I'm still exploring. Yeah, every day. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bu Helena. Okay. That's including all kinds. Yeah, you have to include all kinds of technology you have. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Bu Helena. And the next question is from Bu Fitriani Bakri. For Bu Helena, I'm from Universitas Negeri Makassar. Has our teaching era in Indonesia moved from andragogy to pedagogy? And if so, is there still a need for formative assessment and a summative assessment? Okay, please, Bu Helena.
All right. Any kind of education needs assessment. because we need to tagih produknya apa, outcome-nya apa. But the assessment may change. And a long time ago, when we assess people, we assess the grammar, we assess the reading comprehension, and then we start asking about the grammar use in the passage, vocabulary use in the passage. Well, you may do that, but to me, the best assessment would be performance. All right? If you perform to be a YouTuber and your grammar is excellent, your pronunciation is excellent, that is a form of assessment. When I test, like for example, some people apply to my institution to be a teacher or lecturer, my test is simple. I give them a topic, please write. Because by looking at the writing, I can easily assess the grammar, the expressions, the breadth of knowledge, etc. And I don't see any other way that is better than asking somebody to write. So yes, if the target is outcome, let's do that, because that's the right thing to do. Yeah, so that is the test for KBK too. Yeah, so assessment becomes easy. You can assess everything just by looking at how they perform, because it is discourse competence. It contains, or it involves linguistic, sociolinguistic, etc. Yeah, so let's do that.
Okay, thank you, Bu Helena. Okay, so any kind of education needs assessment. Okay, so I'm so sorry for the last speaker or the last participant. Okay, I will give the opportunity to the participants in this room in Studio 8 Unikal. Okay, so please, Bu Agustin. Yes, Bu Agustin, please have your question.
Okay, thank you for the chance, Bu Pratnya, as the moderator. So I would like to ask to the first plenary speaker, Pak Kos. So Pak Kos is my supervisor when I studied in Sanata Dharma University. So Pak Kos, I'm your student several years ago. Perhaps you forgot me, Pak Kos, but I always remember when I did the supervision or did the consultation when you were becoming the vice rector. So I had to queue because you were so busy at that time. But again, thank you, Bagus. Now I work in Pekalongan University. So I would like to ask about one of your statements. So I do agree that caring and inspirational teachers are not replaceable. Yeah, Google cannot replace the caring and inspirational teachers. Yeah, even though Bu Sarlita and also Pak Kos said that everything is already in Google at the moment. Yeah, a lot of information are provided in Google. Yeah, so we can browse the internet and find everything. But then caring and good teachers are not easily replaced by the Google. Okay, so now we are in the pandemic time. So my question is, we actually teach good behaviors to our students and be a good role models, especially when we are using online classes, Pak Kos, because you have given us some examples on how to be a good model to our students, but I do think that it is not always easy for us to help our students to grow or develop good habits or to hold good value when we are teaching them through online platform. So could you please share some of the strategies or something that you have done, especially when you are teaching online related to this? Thank you so much, Bagus.
Yeah, thank you. Is it Bu Dwi Agustina? Yeah.
Yes, Pak Kos.
Okay. Okay. Good week. Salam. Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. We really need to understand right now that the situation has changed so much. In the past, maybe like 20, 30 years ago, the university has the authority of possessing the knowledge. So the knowledge is owned by the university. Okay. We rarely share knowledge, information because of the media. Okay. Because we don't have so much tools at that time. Technology, internet technology, and Google was not yet so popular. So we just actually share it from through books, okay, journals, something which are all hard copies. But nowadays, because everything can be easily touched using our fingers, and then we can get the information in seconds. The problem is, so what is actually the role of the teachers? If everything is available in the internet, how will we teach this a particular teaching topic, for example? Okay, I'm not talking about the skills because English skills require a long process, of course. But when we are talking about the knowledge, and then we are already what we call it, influx or overwhelmed with all the knowledge from the internet. We are even now confused how to use this much information from the internet because there are too many, there are too much. Okay, so what we can do is I am also happy with the question about the Hutagoji, also from, if I'm not mistaken, from Bu Fitri. I forgot. Yeah, Bu Fitri, Hutagoji, heuristic learning. Heuristic means learning to discover. So what we can ask the students to do right now is actually learning to discover Hutagoji. They have the capacity right now to seek for the information, and even sometimes we need to train this. We need to train them how to use Google Scholar, how to find or hit the right button for the key concepts or ideas or keywords. Okay, now because everything is now in the internet already, and then they can easily search the information by themselves in their own time, in their own pace. What we need to do now is just to give them flexibility for learning. So what I did in the university, for example, particularly for the outcome-based education here is I gave them a project. Okay, so I asked them to, for example, like if I teach like approaches, methods, and techniques, I ask the students, even right now, I'm not telling them, I'm not preaching or lecturing them, but I ask them, for example, like very simple. If we are talking about grammar translation method or direct method or audiolingual, situational language teaching and the stuff, I just actually ask the students, okay, just read the book by yourself. I'm not going to teach you the principles because the principles are already in the internet. Even the samples of the, what we call it, simulation or teaching simulation is already there in the internet. So what should we do now in the class? I think it's there. So what I ask the students to do is I ask them to do the projects of teaching simulation, and then I ask them later on to upload it in the YouTube. So please, for example, like this is a project, and by means of project here, I will ask the students to indicate or identify what informed practice or principles they did during the simulation. So by doing this, of course, then they will learn some concepts, some principles by themselves. I'm not telling them, once again, I'm not teaching them, I'm not telling them, but I'm asking them, please describe the principles of the teaching simulation you just did. Okay, you need to also mention, so we need to understand what the reasons behind why they are doing what they are doing. This is very important for the students because the reflection parts, the decision making, collaboration, communication were all exercised in this project. Okay, or project based. So in this case, they also need to exercise their English, okay, by themselves, bit by bit, in their own pace. Once again, relatively easy because but first of all, when they learn English, they need to rehearse. It is really okay to rehearse, menghafalkan, remember, and the like. This is actually the first step of learning the target language. although probably their English is not yet fluent, not yet accurate, but it's okay. They try to develop bit by bit. Of course, making mistakes is part of their learning. So we try to welcome anytime they make mistakes. But of course, we need to also give them like formative assessments or feedback soon after that, so that they won't forget. So doing project-based is a representative of pedagogy, if I may say, because they learn to discover the concepts by themselves. They create the products by themselves. So, okay, this is what I can say. I hope I can answer your question, Putri. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Kus. Okay, that's a very great answer. Okay, thank you very much. And well, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of the seminar. And before closing the seminar, I want to throw the conclusions for you from what the speakers said. Okay, so I will read the conclusion here. Okay, the first one is there were some graduate profiles, some English teacher in middle and high school, to technopreneurship, utilizing English language skills. And our skills learned today may not guarantee the future. Okay, so we need transformation, collaboration, and new types of jobs. Okay, and the next one, being teacher means being open-minded. Okay, so being teacher means being open-minded learners at the same time. Okay, teaching language means teaching the definition of it and how it works. There are many tools to teach online, but internet connections becomes the biggest problem in doing this. Okay, and the last one is teachers should be ready to answer the possible problems using online platforms in this pandemic era. Okay, so that's the conclusion. Okay, so I would like to thank to the speakers for their informative and valuable presentations. Bu Helena, Pak Kus, and Bu Sarlita. Okay, thank you very much for the valuable information here. Okay, Bu Helena is my favorite lecturer when I was in S1 and S2 degree. Bu Helena, thank you very much. Okay, and okay, so thank you very much for all of the audiences and participants here. Okay, finally give applause to the speakers. Okay, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, that's all the seminar of English language teaching in the post-pandemic era, then, now, and future direction. And I do hope this event will give us valuable benefits for the future education. Thanks work out best for those who make the best how things work out. Okay, I'm Pratnya Permanasari. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Yes, you. Thank you very much, Bu Helena, Pak Kus, and Bu Sarlita, and all of the participants.
Thank you, Bu Helena.
Thank you.
Bu Sarlita.
You are welcome.
See you next time.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
see you next time, Bu
See you
Helena,
next
Pak
time.
Kus.
Oke, goodbye. Mohon pamit.
Mohon
Bye.
jangan pamit dulu, Ibu. Kami screenshot dulu untuk
Oh,
ini
oke.
screen-nya. Nje.
Okay.
Documents.
Mohon untuk open kamera semua. Ya, akan kami dokumentasikan ini.
For the lecturers, this is also good for BKD.
Ya, Bapak. BKD ini, Pak.
We have to do screenshot.
Oke, 1, 2, 3. Oke, slide berikutnya. Mohon yang masih menutup kamera untuk membuka kamera. Ya, oke. Belum membuka, enggak apa-apa ya, Mas. Oke, 1, 2, 3. Oke. Next slide. Next slide, Mas. Okay, this is the last slide. Okay, please. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for the time. Okay, Bu Helena, Pak Kus, you may leave. Okay, thank you very much. See you next time.
See you.
See
Okay,
you.
see you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you for Ibu Dr. Pratnya Permanasari as our moderator today. You are amazing. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, give applause for the speakers today. Bapak Paulus Kuswandono PhD, Ibu Helena IR Agustin PhD, dan Ibu Dr. Salita Dematra MPD. Thank you for the time and thank you for the knowledge that has been given to us. And we hope that we can meet again in another occasion. And for all the participants from around Indonesia, thank you so much for joining NSPBI 2022. Thank you for your attention. You are amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this session, and let us close this seminar by Hamdalah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Once again, thank you so much for the speakers, for the committee, and for the participants entirely. What we had conducted will be useful for us. And if in creating this event I made a mistake, please forgive me. And for the information to all the presenters, we will back after the break for a parallel session. Okay, see you on the next occasion. I am Arya Lagawa. Have a good day, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. sebelah. Bukan kos-kosan gitu. Yes. Sumpah nggak boleh ya kayak gitu. Ya. Dalam masa penyembuhan itu tidak boleh seperti itu. Tapi itu tetap harus makan gitu loh. Apa lu? Lingkungan punya lu. Ame tak cek KPW lah kali. Apa rambutnya? Ada apa? Ya, bukan. Bayangkan itu. Mau istilah nari. Nari. Oh, Rajo. Oh, ngede. Tak kira nari aku ya. Oh, ngerti aku juga melihat. Ngapain gini? Melok. Lanang wedok toh? Terus digangguin wong ra? Iya. Emang dari kemarin? Dari kemarin. Anak itu rambutnya tuh kayak wis setahun dia rambutnya ketom. Kira-kira kayak soalnya sumpah rambutnya ini ketom banget. Kan biasanya nah itu. Apa elek sih? Aura elek ciri aneh seperti itu. Aura tuh jelek banget. Emang ciri Mama Ashanti. Tuh. Maksudnya kok
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Salam. Ibu,
했지. 나 아직 결혼 안 했다고. 켈로이드 생기면 책임지라고 했지. 그리고 너 왜 아직 여기 있어? 하루에 한 번 이상 참관이든 어시스트든 수술방 들어가라고 했냐 안 했냐?